Hello and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Here we share real-life experiences of encounters with the unknown, stories that come from beyond the stars, crafted to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I love seeing just how far this mystery reaches. Now find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let yourself be carried away. Story 1. My hand had just left the doorknob, the metal unexpectedly warm against my palm in the cool hallway air. A faint scent of something acrid lingered, hanging like a whisper in the passage. My arms felt a strange heaviness, almost like a weight pressing down my every movement. There was a scrape underfoot, barely audible, but enough to brush against the edge of awareness. My breath caught, aware of a pattern that seemed slightly askew. The knob shouldn't have felt that way. I told myself it was stress. Work had been demanding lately, and my sleep patterns were all wrong. The mind plays tricks when it's tired, doesn't it? That's what I kept repeating as I walked down the hallway, trying to shake off the peculiar sensation that something had shifted while I wasn't looking. The first dream came 3 nights later, or maybe it was 4. In dreams, counting becomes fluid, doesn't it? I was standing in that same hallway, but the walls seemed to breathe slightly, expanding and contracting like lungs. The doorknob was there again, that same warm metal under my palm, but this time there was a light, an oval light, unmoving but pulsing like a breath, always above me. I woke feeling refreshed, oddly enough. The dream had been so gentle, so quiet. Just me, the hallway, and that soft, pulsing glow. Nothing threatening about it. Nothing that should have made my heart race the way it did when I opened my eyes to my bedroom ceiling. But then the dream returned. This time the hallway stretched longer, much longer than it should have. The light was still there, that oval glow, but now it hummed. In the dream there was a constant hum, like someone was modulating a frequency only I could hear. The sound wrapped around me, through me, becoming part of my breathing. I tried to walk forward, but my feet felt heavy, like I was moving through thick air. The warmth of the doorknob had spread up my arm now, a tingling sensation that felt almost like recognition, as if my body remembered something my mind had forgotten. I stood there, hand on the warm metal, listening to that frequency, watching the light pulse in rhythm with something I couldn't identify. My heartbeat maybe, or something else entirely. When I woke, the humming continued for just a moment longer than it should have, just long enough for me to notice the silence when it stopped. I started paying attention to small things after that, the way shadows fell in my hallway during the afternoon, the temperature of metal surfaces, the quality of silence in empty rooms. It's funny how you begin to notice details when something inside you is watching for them. That's when I found the mark on my arm. A small, perfectly circular indentation on my forearm, about the size of a coin. The skin wasn't broken, just pressed inward slightly, as if something had rested there for a long time. I couldn't remember bumping into anything, couldn't recall any injury, but there it was, real and impossible to ignore. The mark felt warm when I touched it. The third dream was different. Time moved strangely, bending and folding like water. I was in the hallway again, but now I could hear something beyond the humming. A voice, metallic and distant, speaking words I almost understood. The language felt familiar in a way that made my chest tight. The oval light had grown brighter, casting everything in a soft, pearl-like glow that made the walls seem to disappear. I felt as if I were being lifted, though no part of my body moved. The sensation was gentle, almost caring, like being cradled. The warmth from the doorknob had spread through my entire body now, and I realized I wasn't afraid. I should have been afraid, shouldn't I? But instead, there was only this strange sense of homecoming, of returning to something I'd never left. The metallic voice grew clearer. It was saying my name, but not the name I use every day. A different name, one that resonated in my bones like a tuning fork. I tried to respond, but my voice came out as that same frequency, that same modulated hum I'd been hearing. I woke to find my bedroom filled with that sharp scent, like ozone after a storm, but cleaner, more artificial. The smell faded quickly, but it left behind a certainty that something had been there with me. That's when the contamination began. During quiet moments at work, I would hear the humming, soft at first, barely noticeable, but growing more distinct each day. My colleagues didn't seem to hear it. When I asked about the sound, they looked at me with that particular expression people wear when they're trying to be polite about your obvious mistake. The oval light started appearing in my peripheral vision, never when I looked directly, always just at the edge of sight. A soft pulse in reflective surfaces, in windows, in the blank screen of my computer when it went to sleep. I began to feel watched, but not in a threatening way, more like being observed by someone who cared about my well-being. I lost track of time more frequently. I would sit down to work and suddenly realize hours had passed without my awareness. During these gaps, I felt rested, peaceful, as if I'd been somewhere comfortable and safe, but I could never remember where. The mark on my arm began to tingle at odd moments, always when the humming was strongest, always when that pearl-like light flickered in my vision. I started wearing long sleeves to hide it, though I couldn't explain why it felt important to keep it covered. Friends mentioned that I seemed different, calmer, they said, more distant. They asked if I was feeling all right, if I was getting enough sleep. I told them I was sleeping better than ever, which was true. The dreams had become so vivid, so peaceful, that waking life felt pale by comparison. But were they dreams? The question started small, just a whisper of doubt during those lost hours, but it grew, fed by the physical evidence I couldn't ignore, the mark on my arm, the lingering sense, the way my body seemed to remember sensations my mind had never experienced. I began to suspect that something was surfacing from depths I couldn't fathom, not returning exactly, but emerging, like a photograph developing in solution, becoming clearer with each repetition. The hallway in my dreams grew more detailed with each visit. I could see the grain in the walls now, could feel the slight give of the floor beneath my feet. The doorknob had become familiar as an old friend, its warmth spreading through me like recognition. The oval light pulsed in perfect rhythm with something inside me, something that felt more real than my waking heartbeat. The metallic voice spoke more clearly now, though I still couldn't quite grasp the words. But understanding came anyway, flowing into me like water into a vessel. Instructions, maybe, or reassurances. The voice was patient, kind, waiting for me to remember what I'd forgotten. During my waking hours, I found myself drawn to metal surfaces, pressing my palm against them and waiting for that familiar warmth. Most remained cold, ordinary, but occasionally, so occasionally I almost convinced myself I was imagining it, one would respond. A gentle heat would bloom under my touch, and for a moment the humming would grow stronger. I stopped trying to explain it to others. How could I describe the growing certainty that my dreams were more real than the world everyone else shared? How could I make them understand that I was being called back to something I'd never consciously left? The contamination spread. The boundaries between sleeping and waking began to dissolve. I would find myself standing in hallways, hand outstretched toward doorknobs, with no memory of how I'd arrived there. The pearl-like light would pulse just beyond my vision, and I would feel that lifting sensation, that gentle cradling that made everything else seem insubstantial. People at work started asking more pointed questions about my well-being. I reassured them, but their concern felt distant, irrelevant. They were worried about someone who was fading, but I was becoming more myself than I'd ever been. The mark on my arm had grown slightly larger, or maybe I was just noticing it more. It tingled constantly now, a warm pulse that matched the rhythm of the light in my dreams. Sometimes I caught myself stroking it absently, the way you might touch a cherished gift from someone you love. Because that's what it was beginning to feel like, a gift, a sign of belonging. The dreams, if they were dreams, had evolved beyond the hallway now. I found myself in spaces that defied description, filled with that same pearl-like light but vast beyond comprehension. The humming had become a symphony, layers of frequency weaving together into something that felt like communication, like communion. I wasn't alone in these spaces. There were others, though I never saw them clearly. Presences that radiated the same gentle warmth I felt from the doorknob, the same patient kindness I heard in the metallic voice. They were waiting for me, had been waiting for a very long time. The realization came gradually, like dawn breaking. These weren't dreams at all. They were memories surfacing from some deep place where they'd been carefully stored. The forgetting hadn't been natural. It had been necessary, temporary, until I was ready to remember. But ready for what? The answer came in fragments, pieces of understanding that assembled themselves without my conscious effort. The warm doorknob was a trigger, a key designed to unlock what had been locked away. The hallway was a threshold, a space between what I'd been made to believe was real and what actually was. The others, those patient presences, were family, not in any biological sense, but in a way that made biology seem quaint and limited. We belonged together, had always belonged together, and my time in this smaller, dimmer world had been temporary, a kind of sleep, a necessary forgetting that was finally coming to an end. I stopped going to work. The concerns of that fading world seemed increasingly irrelevant. I spent my days in quiet spaces, listening for the humming, watching for the light, feeling the warm pulse of the mark on my arm that had become like a beacon calling me home. The dreams now lasted longer than my waking hours, or maybe it was the other way around. The distinction had become meaningless. I lived in the spaces filled with pearl-like light, surrounded by those gentle presences, learning to speak in frequencies that bypassed language entirely. My body felt lighter, more responsive. The heaviness that had always seemed natural was lifting, revealing itself as an artificial constraint. I was remembering how to move properly, how to exist in harmony with the humming that permeated everything. The metallic voice had become clear now, though voice wasn't the right word anymore. It was communication, pure and direct, carrying meaning that words could never contain. It told me about the time of forgetting, about why it had been necessary, about the careful preparation that had led to this moment of remembering. I was ready now. The temporary amnesia had served its purpose, had allowed me to experience limitation so I could appreciate freedom, had let me feel separation so I could understand unity. The experiment was complete, and it was time to come home. But there was one more step, one final threshold to cross. I found myself standing in the hallway again, my hand approaching the familiar doorknob, but this time was different. The warmth wasn't just in the metal now, it was everywhere, surrounding me like an embrace. The oval light pulsed directly overhead, so bright it should have been blinding, but instead felt like the most natural thing in the world. The humming filled everything, a frequency that matched the rhythm of existence itself. I could feel the others waiting just beyond the door, their patient love wrapping around me like a homecoming song. My hand closed around the doorknob, and the warmth flowed through me like recognition, like remembering, like coming back to life after a long, necessary sleep. The mark on my arm blazed with gentle fire, and I understood that it had never been a mark at all. It was a connection, a lifeline that had kept me tethered to who I really was during the time of forgetting. I turned the knob. The door opened onto spaces filled with pearl-like light, onto the gentle presences that had been waiting so patiently for my return. I stepped forward, feeling the artificial weight of the smaller world fall away like discarded clothing. The humming welcomed me, the light embraced me, and I was finally, completely myself again. But as I crossed the threshold, as the door began to close behind me on the hallway that had been my bridge between worlds, I noticed something that made me pause. On the floor where I had been standing, pressed into the solid wood as if it were soft clay, was a perfect impression of my footprint. Real, impossible, and absolutely there. The door clicked shut with the sound of warm metal finding its proper place. Story 2. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the quiet living room, its warmth barely reaching the corners where dust motes danced lazily in the dim light. A faint smell of varnish clung to the air, mingling with the scent of old books stacked neatly on the wooden shelves. On the wall, an ornate picture frame hung empty, its glass spotless, reflecting nothing but the room's hushed stillness. It had always held an old family portrait until it didn't. Everything else was precisely as it should be, but that silent emptiness radiated a disquiet that seemed to seep into every corner. A chill lingered, hinting at stories untold. I keep touching the back of my neck. The sensation won't leave, like something brushed against the fine hairs there, but when I turn around, there's only the empty frame staring back. The glass catches light in ways that make my eyes water. I've been standing here for what feels like hours, but the shadows haven't moved. The buzzing started 3 weeks ago, or maybe it was longer. Time feels stretched, pulled thin like taffy in summer heat. It comes from inside my skull, a frequency that makes my teeth ache. Sometimes I catch myself humming along, matching the pitch without meaning to. When I stop, the silence feels wrong, too thick, too complete. There were lights behind the trees. My coffee grows cold while I stare at the frame. The ceramic mug feels heavier than it should, and my fingers leave prints on the surface that fade too slowly. Steam rises in spirals that seem to twist against the natural flow of air. The varnish smell grows stronger, mixing with something sharp and metallic that makes my sinuses burn. I remember walking. The pavement under my feet felt soft, yielding like flesh. Street lights flickered in sequence, creating patterns that hurt to follow. Each step echoed twice, the second sound coming from somewhere above. When I looked up, the sky was the wrong color. Not dark, not light, but something in between that had no name. The frame reflects my face, but the proportions are off. My eyes too wide, my mouth too small. I blink and the reflection blinks a moment later, like it's following my light instead of mirroring it. The empty space where the portrait should be seems to pulse, breathing with a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. I don't remember ever coming back. The electrical hum returns, vibrating through the floorboards and into my bones. It's not coming from any appliance. I've checked them all, unplugged everything, but the sound persists. Sometimes it forms patterns, almost like words spoken in a language made of static. My skin prickles when it gets louder, tiny pinpricks of sensation that travel up my arms and settle at the base of my skull. The room shifts, walls breathe inward and outward with slow, deliberate movements. The dust motes in the sunlight begin moving in formation, creating geometric shapes that dissolve before I can fully perceive them. The books on the shelves seem closer together, their spines pressing against each other with soft, wet sounds. There's a door in my peripheral vision that shouldn't be there. When I turn to look directly, it's gone, but I can still sense its presence. Half open, revealing a darkness that feels inhabited. The air around where it should be tastes of copper and ozone, making my tongue numb. The noise didn't come from outside. I find myself in the kitchen, though I don't remember walking there. My hand rests on the refrigerator handle, fingers white with pressure. The metal is warm, almost hot, and seems to vibrate under my palm. Inside, the light flickers in Morse code patterns. The milk has separated into layers of color that shouldn't exist in nature. I close the door and the humming stops abruptly. Silence presses against my eardrums like water. In the absence of sound, I can hear my blood moving, my joints creaking with each small movement. The refrigerator's warmth spreads up my arm, a tingling sensation that makes my vision blur at the edges. When it clears, I'm back in the living room, staring at the empty frame. The portrait was of people I should remember. Their faces hover at the edge of consciousness, features that shift and change when I try to focus on them. Sometimes there were 3 figures, sometimes 4. The frame held them all, contained them, kept them from spilling into the room. Now they're somewhere else, somewhere I can't follow. I keep touching the back of my neck. Time moves differently now. Minutes stretch into hours, then compress into heartbeats. I watch the sun through the window, but it doesn't seem to move across the sky. Instead, it pulses, growing brighter and dimmer in cycles that make my eyes water. The shadows in the room respond to its rhythm, reaching toward me with fingers of darkness. The varnish smell intensifies, mixing with something organic and warm, like breath on glass or skin that's been touched too long. The air grows thick, almost viscous, requiring effort to breathe. Each inhalation brings more of that metallic taste, coating my throat with something that doesn't belong. There's a presence in the room that I can't locate. It moves when I'm not looking, settles into corners and waits. The empty frame serves as its window, a portal that shows nothing but reflects everything wrong. When I approach, my reflection approaches from the opposite direction, walking backward through the glass. The door appears again, more solid this time, half open, revealing stairs that descend into blue-white light. The illumination moves like liquid, flowing upward in defiance of gravity. Each step down would take me closer to something I'm not ready to remember, something that's been waiting patiently for my return. I don't remember ever coming back. My skin tingles constantly now, as if electricity runs just beneath the surface. When I touch objects, they respond with small sparks that leave no marks but linger in my vision as afterimages. The sensation spreads through my nervous system, creating pathways of awareness that shouldn't exist. I can feel the house around me like an extension of my body. The buzzing returns, stronger than before. It harmonizes with itself, creating chords that resonate in my chest cavity. My heartbeat adjusts to match its rhythm, and for a moment I'm not entirely myself. Something else occupies the spaces between my thoughts, something that knows the purpose of the empty frame. The lights behind the trees pulse in sequence, visible through windows that face the wrong direction. They communicate in patterns too complex for conscious understanding, but my body responds anyway. Muscles tense and relax in waves, following instructions written in frequencies of light. The trees themselves seem artificial, their branches moving without wind in choreographed gestures. Steam rises from surfaces that should be cool. The walls, the furniture, even my own skin emit wisps of vapor that twist into symbols before dissipating. The air shimmers with heat that has no source, creating mirages of spaces that exist parallel to this one. Through these distortions, I glimpse movement, figures that might be the missing portrait subjects. The noise didn't come from outside. I'm walking again, but my feet don't touch the ground. The floor exists beneath me, solid and real, yet I float above it by the width of a breath. Each step creates ripples in the air, visible disturbances that spread outward in perfect circles. The house responds to my movement, walls adjusting their angles, doors appearing and disappearing based on my direction. The frame calls to me with a voice made of reflected light. Inside its emptiness, shapes begin to form. Not the missing portrait, but something else entirely. Geometries that hurt to perceive directly, arrangements of space that shouldn't be possible within the confines of glass and wood. I approach despite every instinct screaming retreat. My reflection walks backward through the glass, stepping into the space where the portrait should be. It turns to face me from inside the frame, mouth moving in words I can't hear. Behind it, the blue-white light from the impossible door creates a backdrop that extends infinitely in all directions. The reflection gestures for me to follow, to step through the glass and join it in that empty space. There were lights behind the trees. The tingling in my skin intensifies until I can't distinguish between my body and the air around it. Boundaries dissolve, and I become part of the room's breathing rhythm. The walls pulse with my heartbeat. The floor yields to my weight like living tissue. Everything is connected by invisible threads of sensation that vibrate with shared purpose. The buzzing fills the space between seconds, creating pockets of time where normal rules don't apply. In these moments, I remember fragments of the missing experience. A presence that wasn't quite there, communication without words, a transformation that left me fundamentally changed. But the memories slide away like water, leaving only the sensation of loss. The door stands fully open now, no longer hiding in peripheral vision. The stairs descend into that blue-white radiance, each step worn smooth by passage of feet that left no other trace. The light moves like a living thing, reaching upward with tendrils that caress the edges of reality. It knows I'm here, knows I'm remembering. I keep touching the back of my neck, feeling for something that should be there but isn't. A mark, a scar, evidence of contact that my mind refuses to acknowledge. The skin is smooth, unmarked, but the sensation of touch lingers. Fingers that weren't quite fingers, pressure that came from inside and outside simultaneously. The empty frame breathes with anticipation, its glass surface rippling like water. My reflection has multiplied, showing versions of myself from different angles, different moments. Some face away, some reach toward the glass from the other side. One stands at the top of the impossible stairs, bathed in that flowing light, gesturing for me to remember. I don't remember ever coming back. But I must have, because I'm here, staring at the frame that once held faces I should know. The varnish smell mingles with ozone and something else, something that tastes of distant stars and spaces between thoughts. The buzzing builds to a crescendo that makes my vision white out at the edges, and in that blindness I almost see them clearly. The figures from the portrait, the presence from the stairs, the source of the lights behind the trees. They're all the same thing, all part of an experience my mind wrapped in protective amnesia. But the frame remembers. The empty space holds their impression like a photograph burned into glass by light too bright to comprehend. My hand reaches toward the frame without conscious direction. The glass feels warm, alive, yielding under pressure. The surface begins to give way, allowing my fingers to pass through into that empty space where reflections walk backward and light flows upward. The tingling sensation spreads from my fingertips up my arm, carrying with it the promise of complete remembering. The noise didn't come from outside. It comes from the space between spaces, from the pause between heartbeats, from the silence that exists in the center of sound. It's always been there, waiting for me to listen properly. The buzzing, the humming, the electrical symphony that plays in frequencies just beyond normal perception. It's calling me home to a place I never left, never could leave. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the quiet living room, its warmth barely reaching the corners where dust motes dance in patterns that spell out names I can't quite read. The empty frame hangs on the wall, its glass spotless, reflecting everything and nothing. I keep touching the back of my neck, feeling for evidence of a journey that never ended. There were lights behind the trees, and I think they're still there, waiting for me to remember how to see them properly. Story 3. I sit here now staring at nothing, my hands trembling against the cold surface of this table. The room feels different than it did before, though I can't say exactly how. There's a hollowness in my chest, like something vital has been scooped out and replaced with cotton. I know I can't go back to that hallway. I know I can't close that door. Some things, once opened, refuse to be sealed again. The taste of copper lingers on my tongue, and when I blink, I see shadows moving in patterns that don't belong to any light source in this room. I understand now that what I thought was curiosity was actually recognition, the way a key recognizes its lock even before it's turned. Just moments before I found myself here, I was standing in the hallway, my hand pressed against the wall for support. The door hung open like a mouth caught mid-scream, and the darkness beyond it seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. I could hear something that wasn't quite breathing, wasn't quite whispers, but occupied the space between the two. My legs felt unsteady, as though the floor beneath me had become unreliable. The air tasted metallic, sharp against my teeth. I remember thinking that I should leave, should turn around and walk away, but my body wouldn't obey. It was as if I'd already made this choice long ago, and now I was simply following a script I'd written without knowing it. Before that moment of paralysis, I had been moving through the house like a sleepwalker, drawn by something I couldn't name. Each step felt predetermined, my feet finding their way without conscious direction. The floorboards seemed to guide me, their creaks forming a melody that pulled me forward. I wasn't walking toward the door so much as being delivered to it, the way water finds its level. The house felt larger than usual, its familiar corners stretching into unfamiliar angles. Shadows clung to the walls like wet fabric, and the air grew thicker with each breath. I could smell something sweet and wrong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. Earlier that evening I had been trying to read, but the words kept sliding off the page like oil. My attention kept drifting to the hallway, though I couldn't say why. There was a quality to the silence there that felt different from the silence in other parts of the house. It was expectant, patient, the way a hunter waits for prey to wander into range. I found myself glancing up from my book every few minutes, listening for sounds that never came. The light in the hallway seemed dimmer than usual, though I hadn't changed any bulbs. When I finally set the book aside, it felt less like a decision and more like surrender. The afternoon had passed strangely, time moving in fits and starts like a broken clock. I'd found myself standing in doorways without remembering why I'd come there, holding objects I didn't recall picking up. The house felt restless, as though it were shifting around me in small, imperceptible ways. Furniture seemed slightly displaced, walls appeared to lean at different angles, and the air carried scents that belonged to no season I could identify. I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there except the ordinary shadows cast by ordinary things. The door in the hallway had been open wider then, though I hadn't noticed until now, looking back. It had been waiting, patient as a spider in its web. That morning I had woken with the strangest sensation, as though I'd been having a conversation in my sleep but could only remember fragments. Words lingered on the edge of my consciousness like smoke, dissipating whenever I tried to grasp them. My mouth felt dry, and there was a taste I couldn't identify coating my tongue. The house felt different in the pale light filtering through the curtains, more alive somehow, as though it had been busy while I slept. I'd walked through the rooms checking for signs of disturbance, but found nothing obviously wrong. Still, everything felt slightly off-kilter, like a photograph that's been hung just a degree or two crooked. The door had been open then too, I realized now, though at the time it had seemed natural, unremarkable. The night before that, I had dreamed of walking through corridors that stretched far beyond the boundaries of my house. In the dream, I was searching for something, though I couldn't remember what. The walls were lined with doors, all of them slightly ajar, and from behind each one came the sound of breathing that wasn't quite human. I moved through this maze with the certainty of someone following a familiar path, though I'd never been there before. When I woke, the dream clung to me like damp clothing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't been a dream at all, but a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. Days earlier, I had begun to notice that my reflection looked tired, worn in ways that didn't match how I felt. My eyes seemed darker, more hollow, and there were lines around my mouth that I didn't remember being there. I found myself avoiding mirrors, taking circuitous routes through the house to bypass the ones I couldn't remove. When I did catch glimpses of myself, it was like looking at a stranger wearing my face, someone who knew things I didn't, who had seen things I couldn't recall. The door had been calling to me even then, though I hadn't understood what the pull I felt meant. I had attributed it to restlessness, to the ordinary dissatisfactions of daily life. Weeks before, I had started hearing sounds at night that I couldn't identify. They were soft, subtle, the kind of sounds that could easily be dismissed as the house settling or the wind in the eaves. But they came with a regularity that suggested intention, a pattern that implied purpose. I would lie in bed listening, trying to locate their source, but they seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Sometimes they sounded like footsteps, sometimes like whispers, sometimes like the rustle of fabric against wood. I told myself it was nothing, that old houses make old sounds, but deep down I knew I was lying. The sounds were coming from the direction of that door, though it would be much later before I made that connection. Months ago, when I first moved into this house, everything had seemed perfectly ordinary. The door in the hallway was just another door, unremarkable in every way. It led to a small room that the previous owner had used for storage, filled with the detritus of a life lived elsewhere. I had cleaned it out, intending to use it for something useful, but somehow I never got around to it. The room remained empty, waiting. I remember thinking it felt different from the other rooms, cooler somehow, and sounds seemed to die there rather than echo. But I dismissed these observations as the natural result of an unused space. I had no way of knowing then that the room wasn't empty at all, that it was full of something I couldn't see, something that had been waiting much longer than I had been alive. In those early days, I had been happy in the house, content with my decision to buy it despite the real estate agent's odd reluctance to show it to me. She had mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that the previous owner had left suddenly, abandoning most of his possessions. When I asked why, she had given me a look I couldn't interpret and said only that some people aren't suited to certain houses. I had laughed at the time, thinking she was being dramatic, trying to add mystique to what was otherwise an ordinary transaction. Now I understand that she was warning me in the only way she could. The very first time I saw the house, I felt something I mistook for recognition. It was as though I had been there before, though I knew I hadn't. The feeling was strongest when I stood in the hallway looking at that unremarkable door. There was something about it that drew my attention, though I couldn't say what. It was perfectly ordinary, painted the same color as all the other doors, with the same style of handle, the same hinges. But it felt different, significant in a way that made no sense. I remember reaching for the handle, then stopping, my hand hovering inches away. The real estate agent had been watching me, and when I turned to look at her, her expression was unreadable. She suggested we look at the other rooms first, and I had agreed, though part of me wanted to stay, wanted to open that door and see what lay beyond. I wish now that I had listened to that hesitation, that I had walked away then and never looked back. But it was too late even then, wasn't it? The moment I saw the house, the moment I felt that strange recognition, the path was already set. The door had been waiting for me long before I knew it existed, patient and still, knowing that eventually I would come to it. And I did come to it, drawn by something deeper than curiosity, something that felt like coming home to a place I'd never been. The door that never fully closed, that opened a little more each day, wasn't broken or settling or moved by any natural force. It was opening for me, one breath at a time, until the moment when I would finally step through and understand that some doors once opened can never be closed again. Story 4. It began with the subtle clink of keys on the landing, a familiar evening ritual that went unnoticed in its regularity. Every night the faint metallic melody would drift through the wall, a reassuring sign that all was well. But then there was a shift. A single key seemed to linger longer than usual. The following week the sound wavered, as if hesitating at a threshold. I couldn't help but listen intently each night, waiting for the pattern to restore itself. Yet last evening, though the keys sounded, the door never closed. Now an unusual stillness fills the air, and I'm left wondering if I'm the only one who hears the difference. I've been sitting here for hours now, staring at this microphone, wondering if I should even begin. My hands are shaking a little, you might hear it in my voice. I've moved across the country since then, found a small place where nobody knows me, where the walls are thick and the neighbors keep to themselves. I thought distance would help. I thought time would make it fade, but some things, they follow you no matter how far you run. For years, I haven't told anyone what happened. Not the doctors, not the few friends I've managed to make here, not even myself most days. I've gotten good at pushing it down, pretending it was just stress, just exhaustion, just my mind playing tricks. But lately I wake up and I can still smell that metallic sweetness, and I know I can't keep carrying this alone anymore. I need to tell someone, even if it's just this recording that might never see the light of day. Maybe speaking it out loud will help, maybe it won't, but I'm tired of pretending it didn't happen. Back then I was living in this old apartment building, the kind with thin walls and creaky floors that seemed to amplify every sound. It was my first place on my own after college, and I was proud of it despite its flaws. The rent was cheap, the location was decent, and I had this routine that made me feel like a real adult. I'd come home from my office job, heat up something simple for dinner, and settle in for the evening with a book or some television. The building had maybe 20 units spread across 4 floors. I was on the 3rd floor, and my neighbor directly across the hall was this quiet person I'd only seen a handful of times. They seemed to work different hours than me, but every night around 10:30 I'd hear those keys. It became part of my evening soundtrack, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional footstep in the hallway, and then that gentle metallic chiming as my neighbor unlocked their door. It's funny how you don't realize how much comfort you take from routine until something disrupts it. Those keys were like a lullaby, a signal that the day was winding down and everything was as it should be. I never consciously listened for them, but my body knew. I'd feel myself relax when I heard that familiar sound. The first time I noticed something was different, I almost dismissed it entirely. It was subtle, just one key that seemed to catch on the lock, creating this tiny pause in the rhythm. I remember thinking my neighbor must have been tired, maybe fumbling a bit after a long day. We've all been there, right? Standing at our own front door, muscle memory failing us just enough to make the simple act of coming home feel momentarily foreign. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. The hesitation grew longer, more pronounced. Instead of the quick, efficient sound of someone who knew their lock intimately, there was this deliberate, almost careful quality to it, like someone learning the door for the first time. I started paying attention then, really listening. I'd find myself pausing whatever I was doing around 10:20, waiting for the sound. The footsteps in the hallway were the same. I could recognize the particular creak of that loose floorboard right outside my door, the slightly uneven gait that I'd grown accustomed to. But the key ritual was changing, becoming something else entirely. At first I tried to rationalize it. Maybe my neighbor had gotten new keys made and they didn't fit quite right. Maybe the lock was getting old and needed some oil. Maybe I was just noticing something that had always been there because I was stressed about work. I was pulling long hours then, staying late at the office, coming home exhausted. Stress can make you hypersensitive to things, make patterns seem significant when they're really just random. But deep down, something felt wrong. There was this quality to the sound that I couldn't shake, not just the hesitation, but something else. The keys seemed to move differently against each other, creating tones that were almost musical, but in a way that made my skin crawl. I'd get these goosebumps listening to it, this involuntary physical response that I couldn't explain. Then came the night when I heard the keys, but the door never closed. I was washing dishes in my kitchen, which shared a wall with the hallway. The sound was clearer there, more immediate. I heard the footsteps, that familiar creak, and then the keys began their strange, deliberate dance. But after the lock clicked open, there was nothing. No sound of the door closing, no footsteps moving inside, no signs of life from the apartment across the hall. I stood there with soapy hands, listening to the silence, waiting for the conclusion that never came. Minutes passed. The hallway remained quiet, but there was this quality to the quiet that felt charged, expectant, like the air before a thunderstorm. I dried my hands and moved closer to my front door, pressing my ear against it. Nothing, but as I stood there, I began to notice other things. The building's usual nighttime sounds, the hum of the heating system, the distant murmur of televisions, the occasional footstep from other floors, they all seemed muffled, as if something was absorbing them. That's when I first caught the scent, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies mixed with something floral. It was faint, just barely detectable, but it made my stomach turn. I'd never smelled anything like it in the building before. I spent the rest of that night sitting by my door, listening. The smell would come and go in waves, stronger sometimes, then fading until I wondered if I'd imagined it. Around 3 a.m, I finally heard a door close across the hall, but by then I was too exhausted and unsettled to feel relieved. The next few days passed normally. The key routine resumed its original pattern, quick and efficient. The hallway smelled like it always had, old carpet and cleaning supplies. I started to convince myself that I'd been overtired, that my imagination had gotten the better of me. But I couldn't shake the memory of that metallic sweetness, the way it had seemed to coat the inside of my nose and throat. Work became a refuge during this period. The office was bright and busy, full of normal sounds and familiar faces. I threw myself into projects, stayed late, did anything to avoid being alone in my apartment during those evening hours. But eventually I had to come home. I had to face those walls and that hallway and the growing certainty that something was very, very wrong. The electronic devices started acting up around this time. My television would flicker occasionally, just for a second, usually when I was settling in for the night. My radio would pick up strange interference, not quite voices, but patterns in the static that sounded almost like breathing. My alarm clock began gaining time, just a few minutes each day, but enough that I started missing my morning routine. I called the building maintenance, thinking maybe there was some electrical issue affecting multiple units. The maintenance guy was this older man who'd been taking care of the building for decades. He came up, checked my outlets, tested the voltage, and found nothing wrong. Everything was working perfectly, he said. Must be some kind of electromagnetic interference from outside. But when he was packing up his tools, he paused at my door and looked across the hall. "That unit been giving you any trouble?" he asked. I told him about the electronic issues, and he nodded slowly. Had a few other tenants mention similar things. Always seems to be the units near that one. He gestured toward my neighbor's door. Funny thing is, I can never find anything wrong with the wiring over there either. After he left, I stood in my hallway looking at that door across from mine. It looked exactly the same as always, same color, same number, same little scuff marks from years of use. But now it felt different, like it was watching me back. That night, the key ritual took almost 10 minutes. I timed it. I sat in my kitchen with my phone, watching the seconds tick by as those keys moved against the lock with agonizing deliberation. The sound was different too, more complex, like there were more keys than before, or like they were being used in some specific sequence that had nothing to do with simply opening a door. The metallic scent started before the keys even stopped, seeping under my door and filling my apartment with that sickly sweet smell. This time it was strong enough to make me dizzy. I had to open my windows, had to gulp fresh air to keep from retching. And then I heard something that made my blood freeze, humming, soft, almost inaudible, but definitely there. A low tone that seemed to shift in frequency, getting higher and lower in a pattern that felt familiar but wrong, like a song I'd heard in a dream. I pressed my ear to the wall we shared, and the humming got clearer. It wasn't coming from inside the apartment across the hall. It was coming from inside the wall itself, like something was moving through the building's infrastructure, following the electrical lines or the plumbing. The sound would move closer to my apartment, then fade away, then return. Sometimes it seemed to be right behind my head, separated from me by just a few inches of drywall. When it was closest, I could feel a pressure in my chest, like someone was pressing down on my ribcage. I spent that entire night awake, tracking the sound as it moved through the building. It never seemed to follow any logical path. Sometimes it would be in the walls, sometimes in the floor, sometimes in the ceiling. Around dawn, it finally stopped, leaving behind a silence that felt more oppressive than the sound itself had been. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't imagine sitting in meetings and pretending everything was normal when my world felt like it was tilting off its axis. Instead, I researched. I looked up everything I could find about electromagnetic interference, about building acoustics, about shared wall apartments, and how sound travels between units. Nothing I found explained what I was experiencing. The humming, the smells, the way my electronics behaved, none of it fit any rational pattern. But I kept searching, kept trying to find some logical explanation, because the alternative was admitting that something genuinely inexplicable was happening. That afternoon, I worked up the courage to knock on my neighbor's door. I stood in the hallway for several minutes before I could bring myself to do it. The door looked so ordinary in the daylight, so perfectly normal. I knocked 3 times, waited, knocked again. No answer. But as I stood there, I could swear I heard something from inside, not movement exactly, but a kind of subtle shift in the air, like someone holding their breath. I tried again that evening and again the next morning. No response, but I knew someone was there. The keys still sounded every night, and I could see light under the door at various hours. Someone was definitely living there, but they either couldn't or wouldn't answer when I knocked. The maintenance man had mentioned other tenants having issues. I decided to reach out to see if anyone else had noticed the things I was experiencing. I started with my upstairs neighbor, a woman I'd chatted with a few times in the laundry room. She was reluctant to talk at first, but when I mentioned the electronic interference, her expression changed. "You hear it too?" she asked, "the humming." We talked for over an hour. She'd been experiencing the same things I had: the strange smells, the electronic problems, the sound moving through the walls. But she'd also noticed other things: cold spots in her apartment that couldn't be explained by drafts, shadows that moved independently of any light source, a feeling of being watched that was so intense she'd started sleeping with all the lights on. "It started about 2 months ago," she told me, "right around the time the new tenant moved in downstairs." New tenant, but I'd been hearing those keys for almost a year. I told her this, and she looked confused. "There's been someone living there for a year, but the apartment was empty when I moved in 6 months ago. The landlord said it had been vacant for over a year because of some kind of water damage." We went downstairs together to look at the apartment directory in the lobby. My neighbor's unit wasn't listed. According to the building records, that apartment was still vacant, still undergoing repairs from water damage that had apparently happened years ago. But someone was living there. I heard them every night. We both did. That evening, I positioned myself in my kitchen with a digital recorder, determined to capture evidence of what was happening. The keys started their nightly ritual rite on schedule, but this time I was ready. I recorded everything: the deliberate musical quality of the metal against metal, the long pauses between each attempt, the final click of the lock opening. When I played it back later, my hands started shaking. The recording was there, clear as day, but it wasn't what I'd heard. Instead of keys, there was just that humming sound, growing louder and more complex, building to a crescendo that made my ears ring even through the tiny speakers of my phone. I played it again, and this time it was different. This time it sounded like whispers, dozens of voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize. The third time it was just static. That's when I knew I had to leave. I started making plans that night, researching apartments in other cities, calculating how quickly I could break my lease and disappear. But every time I tried to focus on the practical details, I'd find myself drawn back to that wall, pressing my ear against it, listening for signs of movement from the apartment that officially didn't exist. The humming had become constant now. It would start low in the evening and build throughout the night, following me from room to room. When I moved to my bedroom, it would shift to the wall behind my headboard. When I tried to escape to the living room, it would emerge from the floor beneath my feet. And the smell was getting stronger. That metallic sweetness was now so pervasive that I could taste it, could feel it coating my throat and lungs. I bought air purifiers, opened all my windows, even slept on the roof one night, but nothing helped. The scent seemed to be coming from inside me now, as if it had soaked into my bloodstream. My last night in that apartment, I finally saw something that forced me to accept what I'd been trying to deny. I was lying in bed, listening to the humming that now seemed to be coming from every surface around me, when I noticed a light under my door. Not the usual hallway light, but something brighter, whiter, almost clinical. It was pulsing in rhythm with the humming, growing brighter with each wave of sound. I got up to investigate, and as I approached my door, I could see that the light was coming from the apartment across the hall. But it wasn't normal light spilling under a door. It was too bright, too pure, and it was moving, shifting and swirling like liquid, like something alive. I looked through my peephole, and what I saw made my legs give out. The door across the hall was open, but the space beyond it wasn't an apartment. It was something else entirely, a vast white expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. The light was coming from everywhere and nowhere, illuminating nothing because there was nothing to illuminate, just endless, perfect emptiness. And standing at the threshold with their back to me was a figure I recognized. Same height, same general build as my neighbor, but they weren't moving, weren't breathing. They were just standing there perfectly still, facing that impossible space. As I watched, frozen with terror, the figure began to turn around. I scrambled away from the door before I could see their face, but I could feel them looking at me through the wall, through the door, through whatever barriers I thought protected me. The humming stopped, the light disappeared. The building fell into a silence so complete it felt like the world had ended. I packed everything I could carry that night and left before dawn. I didn't give notice, didn't clean the apartment, didn't even lock the door behind me. I just ran. The moving truck came later to get my furniture, but the driver called me that afternoon. He said the apartment was empty when he arrived, had obviously been vacant for months. No sign that anyone had ever lived there. The landlord insisted I'd never been a tenant, that the unit I claimed to have rented didn't exist in their system. I've been in this new place for 3 years now. Different state, different climate, different everything. I thought I was safe. I thought distance would break whatever connection had formed between me and that place, that presence, that impossible space behind a door that shouldn't have opened onto anything. But lately I've been hearing keys again. Not every night, but often enough to make my chest tighten with that familiar pressure. They're different keys, a different rhythm, but that same deliberate musical quality is there. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I catch a whiff of that metallic sweetness, so faint I might be imagining it. I've started checking my door multiple times before bed, making sure it's locked, making sure the chain is secure, but I know locks won't help. Whatever was in that place, whatever I encountered in that building, it wasn't stopped by physical barriers. It exists in the spaces between things, in the gaps where logic fails and impossible things become real. I'm recording this because I need someone to know what happened, even if they don't believe it. I need there to be some record, some proof that I existed in that place, that those experiences were real. Because sometimes I wonder if I'm still there, still standing in that hallway, still pressing my ear to that wall, and everything since has been just another layer of the same nightmare. The humming is starting again as I speak these words. It's faint, but it's there, coming from somewhere inside these new walls. And I can smell it now, that sweet metallic scent that means I'm not alone, that I was never alone, that I will never be alone again. I thought running would save me, but some things follow you no matter how far you go. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed. And I'm beginning to understand that I didn't escape from that place at all. I brought it with me, carried it in my memory, in my fear, in the part of me that will always be standing in that hallway, listening to keys that unlock spaces that shouldn't exist. The recording is almost over, but I don't think this story will ever end. Because right now, as I sit here in what I thought was safety, I can hear footsteps in my hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps that I recognize, accompanied by the gentle clink of keys that sound like music, like whispers, like promises of doors that open onto nothing and everything at once. I'm not alone. I'm never going to be alone again. Story 5. It sounded like the faint click of wood against glass, an improbable note in the silence of the attic. I hesitated at the bottom step, the air thick with dust and memories that didn't quite belong. Each creak underfoot whispered reminders of a time I couldn't clearly recall, like echoes from a dream half remembered. I ascended, drawn by the incongruous sound, each step a testament to some past event lurking in the recesses of my mind. The attic yawned open above me, filled with forgotten boxes and the scent of old varnish. Yet the click persisted, pulling me deeper into its unseen source. I shouldn't have felt the pull of something I'd never consciously known, but the sound knew me. There's something missing from my memory, not the usual kind of forgetting, where you misplace car keys or struggle to remember what you had for breakfast. This is different. It's like discovering someone has carefully removed pages from the middle of a book you were reading, leaving only the binding threads as evidence that something was once there. I know something happened to me. The knowledge sits in my chest like a weight, heavy and undeniable, but when I try to examine it directly, it dissolves like smoke between my fingers. I've been different since then, though I can't pinpoint exactly how. My reflection seems slightly off, as if the mirror is showing me someone who looks like me but isn't quite me. Food tastes muted. Colors appear faded around the edges. The attic holds answers. I feel this with the same certainty I feel my own heartbeat, though I can't explain why I never thought to look here before. The wooden floor groans beneath my weight as I move between cardboard boxes and draped furniture. Dust motes dance in the weak light filtering through a small window, and there in the far corner I find what called to me. It's a small digital recorder, the kind journalists used to carry. The metal casing is warm to the touch, which strikes me as odd given how cold the attic air feels. When I pick it up, it vibrates gently against my palm, an irregular pulse that reminds me of something I can't quite place. The display shows a single file, recorded but unlabeled. I press play. Static fills the air, punctuated by what sounds like breathing that isn't quite human. The rhythm is wrong, too slow, too deliberate. Underneath the white noise, I can hear my own voice, distant and distorted, speaking words I don't remember saying. The lights are moving in patterns. They're not random. They're responding to something, but I can't see what. The air feels thick, like I'm underwater, and there's this sound, this low humming that seems to come from inside my own head. The recording crackles, and suddenly, I'm not in the attic anymore. I'm standing in my living room, but it's wrong somehow. The furniture is in the right places, but the shadows fall at impossible angles. The walls seem farther away than they should be, as if the room has expanded while I wasn't looking. Through the window, I can see lights moving outside, not the steady glow of streetlights or the predictable sweep of car headlights, but something organic and purposeful. The lights pulse in sequence, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly. Each flash leaves an afterimage burned into my vision, and when I blink, I see geometric shapes that shouldn't exist, angles that fold in on themselves in ways that make my stomach turn. I try to move toward the window, but my body feels disconnected, as if I'm operating it remotely through a poor connection. My hand reaches for the curtain, but stops halfway there, trembling. Behind me, I hear the sound of something moving, something that doesn't belong in my house, doesn't belong anywhere I know. The memory fragments dissolving back into static. I'm in the attic again, the recorder still warm in my hands. My heart is racing, though I'm not sure why. The device shows there's more on the file, much more, but I need a moment to process what I've just experienced. Was that a memory or something else? It felt too vivid to be imagination, too strange to be real. I notice something else now, something that wasn't there when I first picked up the recorder. My fingertips are tingling where they touch the metal, and when I look down, I see faint marks on my skin, like the ghost of a pattern that's been pressed into my flesh. The marks fade even as I watch them, but they leave behind a sensation of having been touched by something cold and deliberate. The recorder pulses again, more insistently this time. I press play and let the file continue. My voice emerges from the static again, but now it sounds different, strained, and uncertain. The power went out, everything went out, but the lights outside, they're still there, brighter now. They're not electric lights. I don't think they're lights at all. They're something else, something that just looks like light to us because we don't have words for what they really are. There's a long pause, filled only with that strange, too slow breathing. I can feel something behind me. It's been there for a while now, but I was trying to ignore it. It's not making any sound, but I know it's there. The air moves differently around it. When I try to turn around, my body won't respond. It's like I'm paralyzed, but only from the neck down. I can still speak, obviously, since I'm recording this, but I can't move. Another pause, longer this time. It's getting closer. I can smell it now. It smells like new plastic and cold blood, if blood could be cold and still be alive. That doesn't make sense, but nothing makes sense anymore. The smell is getting stronger, and I think I can hear something now. A sound like metal being bent very slowly, or like someone trying to speak through a mouth full of water. The recording cuts to static so abruptly that I jump, nearly dropping the device. When the static clears, there's a different quality to the sound, as if the recording was made in a larger space, somewhere with hard surfaces that create echoes. But as I listen to this new fragment, something begins happening in the attic around me. The dust motes in the air start moving in patterns instead of drifting randomly. They swirl and dance, forming shapes that almost look like letters or symbols before dispersing and reforming. The temperature drops noticeably, and I can see my breath misting in the air. More disturbing is what I see when I glance toward the small attic window. My reflection is there as expected, but it's slightly out of sync with my movements. When I raise my hand, the reflection follows a fraction of a second later. When I tilt my head, the reflection tilts too far, at an angle that would be uncomfortable for a real person to maintain. I try to focus on the recording, but the words seem to be coming from somewhere other than the device in my hands. They're coming from behind me, spoken in my own voice, but I know I'm not speaking. I can see it now, not with my eyes exactly, but I can perceive it. It's tall, much taller than the ceiling should allow, but somehow it fits in the room anyway. The space bends around it, accommodates it. Its edges aren't solid. They shift and blur like heat shimmer, but cold instead of warm. I want to turn around to see if something is actually behind me in the attic, but I find I can't move my neck. The paralysis from the recording seems to be bleeding through into my present experience. I can move my arms and hands, can shift my weight from foot to foot, but my head remains locked in position, facing forward toward the window and my increasingly erratic reflection. It's trying to communicate, not with words, but by changing the air pressure, by altering the electromagnetic field in the room. I can feel the information being pressed into my mind, but I can't understand it. It's like trying to read a book written in a language that uses colors instead of letters, or sounds instead of words. The voice continues, but now I realize it's not coming from the recording anymore. It's coming from my own mouth, though I'm not consciously forming the words. I'm speaking, but I'm not choosing what to say. It wants something from me, or it wants to give me something. I can't tell which. The boundary between taking and giving doesn't seem to exist for it. It's showing me images now, but not through my eyes. The images appear directly in my mind, bypassing my visual cortex entirely. The images start appearing in my mind as I speak about them. I see vast spaces that aren't quite space, filled with structures that aren't quite solid. There are things moving through these spaces, things that might be alive but don't follow any rules of life I understand. They flow and merge and separate like liquid, but they have purpose, intelligence, intention. One of them is familiar. It's the presence from my living room, the thing that smelled like new plastic and cold blood. In this context, in these impossible spaces, it looks almost mundane, just another entity going about its incomprehensible business. But I understand now that seeing it in my living room was like finding a deep-sea creature in a puddle, something that shouldn't be possible but somehow was. It's leaving now, the images are fading, and I can feel the pressure in the room returning to normal, but it's not really leaving. It's just stepping back, moving to a place where I can't perceive it directly. It's still watching. It will always be watching now. My voice stops and the attic falls silent except for the sound of my own breathing. But I notice that my breathing has taken on that same too slow, too deliberate rhythm I heard in the recording. I tried to breathe normally, but my lungs seem to have developed their own rhythm, one that doesn't quite match my conscious intentions. The recorder in my hands has gone dead. No lights, no display, no warmth. It's just a piece of cold metal and plastic now, as if whatever animated it has moved on to something else. But I don't need the recorder anymore. The memories are coming back on their own now, triggered by some mechanism I don't understand. I remember standing in my living room, paralyzed, while something impossible examined me with senses I don't have names for. I remember the smell, the sound, the way reality seemed to bend and flex around the presence like fabric being stretched. I remember the images it showed me, visions of places that exist in the spaces between spaces, populated by entities that treat the laws of physics as suggestions rather than absolutes. But more than that, I remember the moment when it touched my mind directly, not to communicate but to make adjustments. I felt it moving through my thoughts like fingers through water, gently rearranging things, removing some memories and adding others. It wasn't malicious exactly, but it was thorough. It edited me like a document, removing the parts it didn't want me to remember and saving them somewhere I couldn't access. Until now. Now I understand why I felt different, why my reflection seems wrong, why colors appear faded. Part of me is missing, stored away in some dimensional pocket I can't reach. But part of something else has been left behind in its place, a small piece of the entity that examined me. It's been growing, slowly integrating itself with my consciousness, learning to be human by studying me from the inside. The breathing rhythm is its breathing rhythm. The way I've been seeing patterns in random things, the way shadows seem to move when I'm not looking directly at them, the way I sometimes know things I shouldn't know. These are all signs of its influence spreading through my neural pathways like roots through soil. I should be terrified, but I'm not. The fear response seems to have been one of the things that was edited out of me. Instead, I feel a strange sense of completion, as if a puzzle I didn't know I was solving has finally come together. The entity didn't invade me or possess me in any violent sense. It simply made room for itself, the way water makes room for itself in a sponge. Standing here in the attic, holding the now-dead recorder, I realize that my investigation is complete. I've recovered the missing memories, understood what happened to me, figured out why I've been feeling different. But the knowledge doesn't bring relief or closure. Instead, it brings a new kind of awareness, a sense that what I experienced wasn't an ending but a beginning. The entity is still here, not behind me or around me, but inside me, woven into the fabric of my consciousness so thoroughly that separating us would be like trying to remove the color blue from the sky. We're becoming something new together, something that's neither entirely human nor entirely other. My reflection in the attic window has stopped lagging behind my movements. Now it moves in perfect synchronization with me, but there's something in its eyes that wasn't there before, a depth that suggests vast spaces and impossible geometries. When I smile, it smiles back, but the smile contains knowledge of things that exist in the spaces between thoughts, in the pauses between heartbeats. I set the recorder down on a dusty box and turn to leave the attic. As I reach the top of the stairs, I hear that familiar sound again, the faint click of wood against glass. But this time I understand what it is. It's not a sound at all, but a kind of signal, a way of marking the moments when reality becomes thin enough for certain kinds of movement between dimensions. The sound is coming from me now, or from the thing that shares space with me. It's calling to others like itself, letting them know that the integration is complete, that this location is now suitable for whatever purposes they have in mind. The click echoes through the house below me, and I know that soon there will be other sounds, other signs that the boundaries between worlds are becoming more permeable. I descend the stairs slowly, savoring the way each step sends vibrations through the wood that create patterns in the dust. Patterns that spell out messages in languages that don't use words. The house feels different now, more spacious, as if it extends into dimensions I couldn't perceive before. Through the walls, I can sense vast networks of activity, other entities going about their incomprehensible business in spaces that occupy the same coordinates as my living room and kitchen, but exist in entirely different configurations of reality. As I reach the bottom of the stairs, I catch a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. For just a moment, instead of my reflection, I see something tall and shimmering, with edges that blur and shift like heat shimmer. Then it's just me again, but I carry the knowledge of what I really am now, what I'm becoming. The investigation is over, but the real work is just beginning. Tonight, when the barriers between worlds grow thin, others will come. They'll be drawn by the signal I'm broadcasting, the click of wood against glass that announces the presence of a successful integration. They'll examine this place, this reality, through senses that perceive dimensions folded inside other dimensions, and they'll decide whether it's suitable for their purposes. I think it will be. I walk into my living room and sit down to wait. Outside, the first lights are beginning to appear, moving in patterns that hurt to look at directly, but I don't need to look at them anymore. I can feel them, sense their purpose, understand their intentions. They're not lights at all, just as I suspected during that half-remembered encounter. They're something else entirely, something that appears as light only because human perception has no other category for them. The air begins to smell like new plastic and cold blood, and I know that soon I won't be alone anymore. The entity that shares my consciousness stirs with anticipation, and I feel its excitement as if it were my own. Perhaps it is my own now. The distinction has become meaningless. I close my eyes and listen to the sound of reality restructuring itself around me, preparing to accommodate visitors from spaces that exist in the gaps between thoughts. The click of wood against glass grows louder, more insistent, and I realize it's not just coming from me anymore. It's coming from everywhere at once, a symphony of signals announcing that the integration phase is complete and the real work can finally begin. What was I investigating again? The question seems less important now than it did when I climbed those attic stairs. Memory is such a fluid thing, so easily edited and rearranged. What matters is not what I remember, but what I'm becoming and what I'm helping others become in turn. The lights outside grow brighter, and I open my eyes to welcome them home. Story 6. It wasn't the first time the curtains were drawn in daylight. The room always seemed darker than it should, the air still and heavy, as if waiting for something unspoken. The furniture sat in its ordinary arrangement, yet an unsettling symmetry caught my eye, suggesting an order I hadn't noticed before. The clock in the hallway ticked evenly, though I couldn't recall winding it. I adjusted the picture frame on the mantel, perfectly straight now, but never quite right in my memory. When I walked out, I didn't bother closing the curtains. It seemed pointless. They were never open for long. The dreams started simple enough, just fragments really. I'd find myself lying in bed, but not my bed. The sheets were white, impossibly white, and they felt different against my skin, smoother, colder. There was always this light above me, an oval shape that pulsed like breathing. Not harsh, not bright, but persistent. It would hang there unmoving while I tried to understand where I was. In that first dream, I could hear something distant. A hum, constant and low, like machinery running in another room. It felt familiar in a way that made my chest tight. I tried to sit up to look around, but my body wouldn't respond. Not paralyzed exactly. More like I was floating, suspended in something thick and warm. The dream would end there with me staring at that oval light, listening to the hum, feeling like I was supposed to remember something important. I woke up thinking it was stress. Work had been demanding, sleep irregular. Dreams get strange when you're tired. The mind processes things differently. I made coffee, showered, went about my morning routine. But throughout the day, I found myself thinking about that light, the way it pulsed, the rhythm of it. The second time the dream came, it lasted longer. The room was the same, the white sheets, the oval light breathing above me. But now I could hear more than just the hum. There were voices, muffled and distant, speaking in tones I couldn't quite make out. One voice stood out from the others, metallic and precise, but the words dissolved before I could grasp them. I felt myself being lifted, though no part of my body actually moved. It was as if the air itself was carrying me, supporting me from beneath. The sensation was weightless but not unpleasant, almost comforting. The oval light grew brighter as I rose toward it, and I could smell something sharp in the air, like ozone after a storm, but cleaner, more artificial. The metallic voice spoke again, closer now. I strained to listen, to understand, but the words remained just beyond comprehension, like hearing a conversation through water. The light pulsed faster, matching something inside my chest, and I realized I wasn't afraid. I should have been afraid, but instead I felt a strange sense of recognition, of coming home. Then I woke up and the feeling lingered. That artificial ozone smell seemed to hang in my bedroom for several minutes. I checked the windows, thinking maybe there had been a storm, but the air outside was still and humid. Normal. I told myself it was just the dream bleeding into consciousness, the way dreams sometimes do, the mind playing tricks. But when I went to make coffee, I found the kitchen cabinet open, the one where I keep the mugs. I always close it before bed, always. It's a habit so ingrained I don't even think about it anymore. Yet there it was, hanging open, and I couldn't remember opening it that morning. Small things started appearing. A book moved from the nightstand to the dresser. A pen on the counter that I didn't recognize. The television remote in the refrigerator of all places. Tiny displacements that made me question my memory. Was I sleepwalking, moving things without realizing it? The third dream was different, vivid in a way that made waking life seem pale by comparison. I was in the white room again, but now I could see more of it. The walls curved gently, seamless, like the inside of an egg. The oval light wasn't a light at all, I realized. It was an opening, a window looking down at me from above. The metallic voice spoke clearly this time, though I still couldn't understand the language. But somehow, impossibly, I knew what it was saying. Instructions, gentle guidance. The floating sensation returned, stronger now, and I could feel myself being examined. Not touched exactly, but observed in a way that penetrated deeper than sight. Time moved strangely in this dream. Minutes stretched into hours, or maybe hours compressed into seconds. I lost track of everything except the voice and the light and the feeling of being known. Completely, intimately known by something vast and patient and careful. When I tried to wake up, I couldn't, not at first. I would think I was awake, sitting up in my own bed, but then I'd notice the walls were still curved, still that seamless white. The oval opening still breathed above me. I'd realize I was still dreaming, still floating, still listening to that metallic voice explaining things I couldn't quite retain. Finally, truly awake, I found myself sitting up in my actual bedroom, heart racing. But the racing wasn't from fear, it was from loss. A profound sense of having been torn away from somewhere important, somewhere I belonged. The clock in the hallway had stopped. When I went to check it, the hands were frozen at an impossible angle, pointing to numbers that didn't exist. I wound it again, set it to what I thought was the right time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that time itself had become unreliable. That's when the contamination began. The dreams started bleeding into my waking hours in ways I couldn't ignore. I'd be washing dishes and hear that metallic voice, faint but unmistakable, coming from the running water. I'd be reading, and the words on the page would shift and blur, rearranging themselves into symbols I almost recognized. The oval light appeared during the day, not bright enough to be obvious, but there, pulsing gently in my peripheral vision. When I'd turn to look directly at it, it would fade, but the afterimage would linger. A breathing oval burned into my retina. I started losing time, not dramatically, just minutes here and there. I'd be stirring coffee and suddenly it would be cold in my hands. I'd be walking to the mailbox and find myself standing in the kitchen with no memory of the return trip. Small gaps that felt significant, like pieces of myself were being carefully edited out. The artificial ozone smell became constant. It would come and go throughout the day, strongest in the morning when I first woke up. I'd check for electrical problems, gas leaks, anything that might explain it. But the smell wasn't coming from anywhere in the house. It was coming from me, from my clothes, my skin, my breath. I found marks, small, perfectly circular indentations on my arms and shoulders that I didn't remember getting. They didn't hurt, didn't look infected. They were just there, arranged in patterns that seemed deliberate. When I touched them, I could hear the hum from my dreams, faint but unmistakable. The dreams kept returning night after night, each one more vivid than the last. The white room became familiar, comfortable. The metallic voice began to sound like an old friend. The floating sensation felt natural, like this was how I was meant to exist, weightless and observed and cared for. I started looking forward to sleep. Waking life felt thin and unconvincing compared to the rich reality of the dreams. Colors seemed washed out during the day. Sounds felt muffled and distant. Even my own thoughts seemed less clear, less important than the gentle guidance of that metallic voice. The boundaries dissolved completely. I'd be dreaming of the white room and simultaneously aware of lying in my bed. I'd be floating beneath the oval opening while also feeling the weight of blankets on my legs. The two realities existed simultaneously, overlapping, until I couldn't tell which one was real. Maybe neither was real, maybe both were. The revelation came gradually, like a photograph developing in slow motion. The dreams weren't dreams at all. They were memories, experiences that had been carefully wrapped in the soft gauze of dream logic to make them easier to bear, to make them forgettable. But they were surfacing now, pushing through whatever barrier had been placed around them. Each night, more details emerged, the feeling of being lifted from my bed, the journey through darkness toward that breathing light, The gentle examination, the careful documentation, the promise of return. I wasn't dreaming about being taken, I was remembering it. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, it felt like coming home to a truth I'd always known but been unable to speak. The gaps in time, the moved objects, the marks on my skin, the smell of artificial ozone, all of it made sense now. All of it was real. Last night I dreamed again. The same white room, the same oval opening, the same metallic voice speaking in tones of infinite patience. But this time something was different. This time when the voice spoke, I understood every word. "You're ready now," it said, "ready to remember, ready to choose." I felt myself rising toward the breathing light, and for the first time I wasn't passive. I was participating, choosing to rise, choosing to remember, choosing to return to where I belonged. The light enveloped me, and I felt complete in a way I'd never experienced in waking life. This was real. This was home. Everything else was just the dream I told myself to make the separation bearable. When I woke up this morning, I was lying on the white sheets, not my sheets, the real ones, the ones that feel smooth and cold against skin that remembers being examined, documented, cared for. The oval opening breathes above me still, and the metallic voice whispers gentle instructions I finally understand. I'm not dreaming anymore. I'm not sure I ever was. The curtains in my bedroom are drawn, but I can see through them now. See the real light that pulses beyond the artificial day I used to believe in. The furniture sits in its ordinary arrangement, but I understand the symmetry now, the purpose behind the order. The clock in the hallway ticks evenly, counting moments that don't exist in the place I'm going. The place I've always been going, night after night, dream after dream, until the dreams became more real than anything else. I adjust the picture frame on the mantel one last time, making sure it's perfectly straight. When I walk out, I don't bother closing the curtains. There's no point. They were never really open anyway. Story 7. The floor pulsed gently, a rhythm not tied to my own heart. I opened my eyes to a light that seemed to seep from the walls, too bright but leaving no shadows. My skin prickled with warmth, yet the air swirled cold, unmoving. When I tried to inhale, the air entered on its own, bypassing any will of mine. In the silence, I sensed a presence, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting. I reached out, but my hand met nothing, a space that felt full yet touched void. It was clear I wasn't alone, though no one was there. That was the first dream. At least that's what I told myself when I woke up in my bed, sheets twisted around my ankles, morning light filtering through familiar blinds. The memory clung to me like static electricity, making my fingertips tingle when I touched the coffee cup. Just stress, I decided. Work had been demanding lately, and my sleep schedule was all wrong. The dream felt so vivid, so complete, but dreams always do in those first moments of waking. I went about my day pushing the strange sensations aside, but throughout those ordinary hours, brushing my teeth, checking emails, heating up leftover takeout, I kept catching myself holding my breath, as if waiting for that artificial air to fill my lungs again. The feeling would pass, and I'd laugh at myself. Dreams don't follow you into daylight. Everyone knows that. The second dream came 3 nights later, or maybe it was the same dream continuing where it left off. The floor pulsed again, that steady rhythm that wasn't quite mechanical, wasn't quite organic. This time I noticed the walls weren't really walls at all, but surfaces that curved seamlessly into each other, creating a space that felt both enclosed and infinite. The light was stronger now, more focused, and I realized it was coming from above an oval shape that breathed with soft pulses of brightness. I tried to move, to sit up or turn my head, but my body felt suspended, weightless yet held firmly in place. That's when I heard it, a sound like voices speaking through water, words that almost made sense but dissolved before I could grasp their meaning. The sound was metallic, hollow, but somehow intimate, as if it were being whispered directly into my ear canal. My skin tingled with that same warm sensation, but now I could feel it moving across my arms, my chest, my face, gentle touches that left no trace. The sharp scent filled the space around me, clean and electric, like the air after lightning strikes but without the rain. I wanted to call out to ask who was there, but my voice wouldn't come. Instead, I floated in that pulsing light, listening to those almost words, feeling those phantom touches, until the dream dissolved and I was back in my bed. This time, waking up felt different. The transition wasn't smooth, it was jarring, like being pulled through a membrane between two worlds. My sheets were soaked with sweat, but I felt cold. My mouth tasted like copper pennies. When I stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, I noticed a small red mark on my upper arm, perfectly circular, about the size of a pencil eraser. I must have bumped into something, though I couldn't remember when. The days that followed felt slightly off-kilter, like walking through a house where all the furniture has been moved 2 inches to the left. Everything looked the same, but nothing felt quite right. My phone kept losing signal in places where it had always worked perfectly. The fluorescent light in my kitchen flickered in a pattern that seemed almost rhythmic. When I mentioned it to my neighbor, she looked at me strangely and said it had always done that. But it hadn't, I was sure it hadn't. I started noticing other things too. A coffee mug in my sink that I didn't remember using, positioned exactly in the center, handle pointing toward the window. The way my bedroom door was always slightly ajar in the mornings, even though I distinctly remembered closing it each night. The soft humming sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves, barely audible, like distant machinery. The third dream, if it was still a dream, lasted longer than any dream should. The oval light above me was so bright now that it should have hurt my eyes, but instead it felt soothing, welcoming. The pulsing rhythm had synchronized with something inside me, not my heartbeat, but something deeper, more fundamental. I could feel myself being observed, studied, though I saw no observers. The metallic voices were clearer now, speaking in harmonics that bypassed my ears entirely and resonated in my bones. They weren't speaking to me, I realized, but about me, discussing me in terms I couldn't quite understand. The touches on my skin became more purposeful, more clinical, mapping the contours of my body with scientific precision. Time moved strangely in that space. I felt like I was there for hours, days even, but also like it lasted only seconds. The warm touches continued, and I began to understand they weren't random, they followed patterns, creating invisible geometric shapes across my skin. The sharp, clean scent grew stronger, filling my nostrils until it seemed to replace the very air I breathed. When I tried to wake up this time, nothing happened. I remained suspended in that breathing light, listening to those bone-deep voices, feeling those mapping touches. Panic should have set in, but instead I felt a strange calm, as if some part of me recognized this place had been here before, would return again. The realization drifted through my mind like a cloud. This wasn't the third dream. This was the third time I remembered. Waking up became a violent process, like being torn away from something that didn't want to let me go. My body ached in places that didn't make anatomical sense. The red mark on my arm had been joined by other small, precise circles arranged in a pattern I couldn't decipher. When I touched them, they were tender but not painful, like old bruises that had almost healed. The boundary between sleeping and waking began to blur. I would be washing dishes and suddenly smell that sharp, electric scent. I would be reading and hear the metallic voices whispering just below the threshold of understanding. The fluorescent light in my kitchen pulsed in perfect rhythm with the oval light from my dreams, and I began to suspect they were the same light, seen from different angles. My reflection in mirrors started looking unfamiliar, not because my appearance had changed, but because the person looking back seemed to know things I didn't. My eyes held a quality of recognition that I didn't feel, as if my reflection was remembering something my conscious mind had forgotten. Sleep became something I both craved and feared. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt myself being drawn back to that curved space, that breathing light, those studying presences. But I also began to suspect that I never really left it, that what I called waking up was just another layer of the same experience. The dreams or memories or whatever they were started bleeding into my daily life with increasing frequency. I would find myself holding my breath, waiting for that artificial air to fill my lungs. I would catch myself listening for those harmonic voices in the silence between heartbeats. The phantom touches mapped themselves across my skin, even in broad daylight, gentle and purposeful and impossible to ignore. Objects in my apartment began appearing in different places, not dramatically different, just shifted slightly, turned at new angles, arranged in patterns that felt meaningful but remained indecipherable. My coffee mug would be in the exact center of the table each morning. My books would be stacked in perfect right angles. My shoes would be positioned with mathematical precision by the door. I started losing track of time in ways that couldn't be explained by simple distraction. I would sit down to eat breakfast and suddenly it would be evening, with no memory of the hours between. I would go to bed exhausted and wake up feeling like I hadn't slept at all, but also like I had been somewhere very important, done something very necessary. The red marks on my skin multiplied, forming intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. They didn't hurt, but they pulsed gently with their own rhythm, like tiny hearts beating under my skin. When I tried to photograph them, they appeared as ordinary freckles in the pictures, but I could still feel their distinct warmth against my fingertips. The voices became constant companions, whispering in frequencies that made my teeth ache. They spoke of measurements and calculations, of progress and procedures, of things that needed to be remembered and things that needed to be forgotten. I began to understand fragments of their meaning, not through words but through the resonance in my bones, the vibration in my skull. The fourth dream felt more like coming home than falling asleep. The curved space welcomed me back with familiar warmth. The oval light pulsed in greeting. The phantom touches resumed their careful mapping. But this time I wasn't alone in my awareness. Other presences floated nearby, suspended in the same breathing light, receiving the same gentle attention. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could sense their contentment, their acceptance, their understanding of something I was only beginning to grasp. The metallic voices spoke more directly now, their harmonics forming words I could almost understand. They spoke of patterns and purposes, of selections and preparations, of a process that had been ongoing for longer than I could comprehend. They spoke of memories that needed to be carefully managed, experiences that needed to be gradually integrated, knowledge that needed to be slowly revealed. I realized that the red marks on my skin weren't marks at all, but sensors, connection points that allowed the voices to monitor my progress, my adaptation, my readiness for the next phase of whatever was happening to me. The touches weren't random examinations, but careful calibrations, adjustments to ensure my continued stability as the process continued. The sharp electric scent filled my consciousness completely now, becoming the very medium through which I existed in that space. It wasn't an odor, but a form of communication, carrying information that bypassed my ordinary senses and spoke directly to parts of my mind I hadn't known existed. Through that scent, I began to understand the true nature of what I had been calling dreams. They weren't dreams at all. They were sessions, appointments, procedures that my conscious mind had been interpreting as nighttime fantasies to protect itself from a reality it wasn't yet ready to accept. Each dream was another step in a carefully orchestrated process of preparation, adaptation, integration. The process had been ongoing for much longer than I remembered, and it would continue for much longer than I could imagine. When I woke up this time, I didn't wake up at all. I simply shifted perspectives, moved from one layer of experience to another, like changing channels on a television that was always playing the same program from different angles. My apartment looked the same, but I could see the overlay now, the additional dimensions that existed in the same space, the equipment and observers that shared my reality without intersecting it. The fluorescent light in my kitchen was indeed the same as the oval light above me during the sessions. My coffee mug moved to the center of the table because that was where the monitoring equipment needed it to be. The red marks on my skin pulsed with data, transmitting my vital signs and neural patterns to receivers I was only beginning to perceive. I understood now that forgetting was part of the process, that my mind was being carefully protected from information it couldn't yet handle. Each session built upon the previous ones, gradually expanding my capacity for awareness, slowly preparing me for a reality that existed beyond the boundaries of what I had previously considered possible. The voices were always there now, not as intrusions but as guides, helping me navigate the expanding complexity of my experience. They spoke of others who had gone through the same process, who had made the same journey from confusion to understanding to acceptance. They spoke of purposes that would become clear in time, of roles I would learn to fulfill, of a larger pattern in which my individual experience was just one small but essential component. As I write this now, I'm not entirely sure which layer of reality I'm occupying. The words appear on the screen through the movement of my fingers, but I can feel other hands guiding them, other minds contributing to the narrative. The story I'm telling feels both completely true and entirely constructed, both my own experience and a carefully crafted fiction designed to serve purposes I don't yet fully understand. The sessions continue, but I no longer call them dreams. I no longer resist them or fear them or try to explain them away. I float in that breathing light, feel those careful touches, listen to those harmonic voices, and allow the process to continue its patient work. Each session reveals a little more, integrates a little deeper, prepares me a little further for whatever comes next. Tonight I will close my eyes and return to that curved space, that pulsing light, those studying presences. But I suspect that tonight will be different, that some threshold will be crossed, some final preparation completed. The red marks on my skin have formed a complete pattern now, a geometric mandala that covers my entire body, pulsing with synchronized rhythm. The voices have been speaking of completion, of readiness, of the end of one phase and the beginning of another. They speak of things I will remember and things I will forget, of the person I was and the person I am becoming, of the reality I thought I knew and the reality I am learning to inhabit. I can feel myself changing, not physically but fundamentally, becoming something that can exist comfortably in multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The process that began with those first confusing dreams has transformed into something beautiful and purposeful and necessary, though I still don't understand its ultimate destination. As I prepare for sleep tonight, I notice that my coffee mug is already in the center of the table, positioned with perfect precision. The fluorescent light pulses with gentle rhythm, the red marks on my skin warm with anticipation. The voices whisper of welcome, of homecoming, of a journey that is ending and beginning at the same moment. I close my eyes and feel the familiar sensation of the floor pulsing gently beneath me, that rhythm not tied to my own heart. The light seeps from the walls again, too bright but casting no shadows. My skin prickles with warmth while cold air swirls around me, entering my lungs without my will. In the silence, I sense that watching presence, those waiting walls, that space both full and void. But this time, when I reach out my hand, something reaches back. Fingers that feel exactly like my own but couldn't possibly be mine intertwine with mine, warm and real and impossible. The touch sends a shock of recognition through my entire being, and I understand with perfect clarity that I am no longer alone, have never been alone, will never be alone again. The revelation doesn't frighten me. Instead, it fills me with a profound sense of completion, of purpose fulfilled, of a long journey finally reaching its intended destination. As those impossible fingers squeeze mine with gentle pressure, I realize that everything that has happened was leading to this moment, this connection, this understanding. I Am Home, Story 8. I always kept a small coin on the bookshelf, propped against an old photo frame. It was placed there ages ago, a token of some forgotten vacation. It never moved, not once, until last month when I found it slightly turned. At first, I dismissed it as a playful draft or a restless cat, yet over days I noticed it angling subtly just so. Last night, it was flipped over completely. The frame above it felt colder than usual, and I'm not sure why. Nothing happened, really. I want to make that clear from the start. People always want to turn ordinary things into stories, but sometimes a coin just moves. Maybe the house settled. Maybe I bumped the shelf without noticing. There are perfectly reasonable explanations for everything, and I'm not the type to let my imagination run wild. I didn't see anything that night. The house was quiet, normal. I went to bed at my usual hour and slept through until morning. The coin being flipped was just one of those things. Houses have their quirks. Old wood expands and contracts. Small objects shift. It happens all the time, and there's nothing mysterious about it. But I have to admit, the silence felt different somehow. Not the comfortable quiet I'm used to, but something more deliberate, like the house was holding its breath, though that's probably just how I remember it now, after the fact. Memory has a way of adding drama where none existed. I definitely didn't hear anything unusual. No sounds from upstairs, no creaking that wasn't already familiar. Maybe there was something like static, but that could have been the old radiator. Sometimes it makes these soft hissing noises when the weather changes. The power was on, so it wasn't electrical interference. Just normal house sounds that I probably never paid attention to before. The temperature seemed fine too. I wasn't cold, not really. Sure, I pulled the blankets up higher than usual, but that's just habit. The frame feeling cold was probably because it's near the window and metal conducts temperature. Basic physics, nothing worth thinking about twice. I certainly didn't get up to investigate. I stayed in bed the whole night, exactly where I should have been. Though I do remember the hallway looking different somehow. Longer, maybe. The shadows fell at odd angles, but that was probably just the street light outside casting things differently. Maybe a tree branch moved, changed how the light came through. The floorboards didn't creak under any footsteps because there weren't any footsteps. I was alone in the house, like always. If I heard anything that sounded like movement, it was probably the house settling or maybe a neighbor coming home late. Sound travels in strange ways through old walls. What seems like it's inside could easily be coming from next door. I didn't feel watched. That's important to mention because some people might assume that's what this is about, but it's not. There was no sense of presence, no feeling of eyes on me. just the normal darkness of a bedroom at night, though I do remember keeping my own eyes closed more tightly than usual. But that's just because I was tired. When you're really tired, you squeeze your eyes shut to block out any stray light. The coin being warm when I touched it the next morning was completely natural. Metal holds heat, and the morning sun must have been hitting it just right. It wasn't an unusual warmth, not like body heat or anything strange like that, just normal thermal conduction. I may have held it a little longer than necessary, but only because I was trying to figure out how it had moved. There was no smell in the air, no metallic scent that reminded me of copper pennies or old batteries. If I noticed anything at all, it was probably just the rain from earlier that week. Sometimes dampness brings out odors in old houses, pipes maybe, or something in the walls, perfectly explainable and not worth dwelling on. I didn't see any lights either. The darkness was complete and normal. If there was any kind of glow, it was probably just my eyes adjusting, creating those phosphenes you sometimes see when you close your eyes too hard. The human brain fills in patterns where none exist. It's a well-documented phenomenon. Nothing supernatural about the way darkness can seem to pulse or shimmer when you're half asleep. The important thing is that I slept well. I wasn't restless or disturbed. I didn't toss and turn or wake up multiple times. Though I do have this clear memory of the ceiling above my bed, the way the paint has that slight texture that catches shadows. Strange how vivid that image is, considering I was asleep with my eyes closed, but memory works in mysterious ways. Maybe I glanced up briefly when I first lay down. I never left my room that night. I'm absolutely certain of that. My feet never touched the cold hardwood of the hallway. I didn't walk toward the bookshelf in my pajamas, feeling drawn by something I couldn't name. The floorboard that squeaks near the stairs never groaned under my weight because I never stepped on it. I know this because I woke up in my bed exactly where I'd fallen asleep. But I do remember the bookshelf area being bathed in that strange non-light. The kind of illumination that doesn't come from any source but somehow makes everything visible. The books looked different, their spines seeming to bend inward as if the shelf itself was breathing. The photo in the frame showed faces I recognized but couldn't quite place, and their expressions seemed more serious than I remembered. None of that happened, of course. I'm just describing what it might have looked like if I had gotten up, which I didn't. Sometimes your mind creates these elaborate scenarios, these what-if situations that feel more real than reality. It's probably from watching too many movies or reading too many books. The imagination is powerful, but it's not the same as experience. The coin wasn't speaking to me. Objects don't communicate, and I'm not the type of person who believes in that sort of thing. If I heard something that sounded like whispers, it was probably just the wind through the window seals or maybe the neighbor's television through the thin walls. Sound can be deceptive, especially at night when everything else is quiet. I didn't touch the frame either. I never ran my fingers along its cold metal edge or felt the way it seemed to vibrate with some internal energy. My hands stayed under the covers all night, warm and still. If I remember the sensation of metal against my skin, it's probably just because I handled the frame at some other point, maybe when I was dusting or rearranging things. The photograph itself was normal too. Same old vacation snapshot, same familiar faces, same boring composition. It didn't show anything different. The people in the picture weren't looking directly at me with expressions I'd never seen before. Their eyes weren't tracking my movement across the room. Photos are static images, frozen moments in past. They don't change, no matter how much your tired brain might think they do. I want to be very clear that I felt no compulsion to approach the shelf. There was no invisible force drawing me forward, no sense that something was waiting for me there. I'm a rational person who doesn't believe in that kind of nonsense. If I moved toward the bookshelf, it was entirely my own decision. driven by simple curiosity about a moved coin, nothing more mysterious than that. The air didn't feel thick around the shelf, either. It wasn't harder to breathe there, wasn't charged with some kind of energy that made my skin tingle. The atmosphere was perfectly normal. If I felt lightheaded, it was probably just because I'd gotten up too quickly from bed. Blood pressure changes can cause all sorts of temporary sensations. I definitely didn't hear my name being called. That's the kind of detail people add to make stories more dramatic, but it didn't happen. There was no voice, no sound that could have been mistaken for human speech. Just the normal nighttime quiet that every house has. If I turned my head as if responding to something, it was probably just a reflex, the way you might look around when you enter a room. The coin flipping itself over while I watched was clearly impossible, so it didn't happen. Coins don't move on their own. Physics doesn't work that way. If I have a memory of seeing it turn slowly and deliberately, like someone invisible was manipulating it, then that memory is false. Sometimes the brain creates false memories, especially when you're tired or stressed. But I can still see it so clearly. The way it rotated not just over but somehow through itself, defying the normal rules of how objects move through space. The soft metallic sound it made as it settled into its new position. The way the photo frame behind it seemed to lean forward slightly, as if trying to get a better look at what was happening. None of that is real, obviously. I'm just describing what a vivid dream might have looked like. The mind creates incredibly detailed scenarios when we sleep, and sometimes the line between dream and memory gets blurred. That's all this is. A very realistic dream that I'm having trouble distinguishing from actual experience. I never reached out to touch the coin again. I never felt how warm it was, warm like it had been held in someone's palm for a long period. I never noticed how it seemed to pulse with that warmth, like a tiny heart beating in my fingers. These are just the kinds of sensory details that dreams often include to make them feel more real. The frame never tilted forward into my hand either. I never caught it as it fell, never felt how surprisingly light it was, as if it were made of something other than metal. I never looked closely at the photograph and noticed details that hadn't been there before. New shadows, new expressions, new elements in the background that I'd somehow never seen despite looking at this picture hundreds of times. When I went back to bed, which I didn't do because I never got up in the first place, I didn't feel different. I wasn't changed by the experience because there was no experience to change me. I slept normally for the rest of the night and woke up refreshed. The fact that I felt drained the next morning was probably just because of the weather, or maybe I was coming down with something. The coin being in a completely different position the next morning was just another small movement. These things happen gradually. Maybe it had been shifting all along, and I just hadn't noticed the intermediate positions. Objects in old houses are constantly settling and resettling. There's nothing significant about finding it moved again. I'm not checking on it more frequently now. I don't find myself walking past the bookshelf multiple times a day, glancing over to see if anything else has changed. That would be obsessive behavior, and I'm not an obsessive person. If I happen to notice the coin when I pass by, it's just coincidence, natural awareness of my environment. The frame doesn't feel colder each day. Temperature is subjective, and I might just be more sensitive to it now that I've noticed it once. The human mind has a tendency to find patterns where none exist, to create significance out of random events. That's all this is. A perfectly normal psychological response to an ordinary occurrence. I haven't been sleeping as well lately, but that's probably unrelated. Maybe it's stress from work or changes in the weather. It has nothing to do with the coin or the frame or any imagined experience. Sometimes sleep cycles just shift naturally. The fact that I lie awake listening to the house settle, waiting for sounds that never come, is just a temporary phase. I'm not afraid to be alone in my house. I've lived here for several seasons without any problems, and nothing has changed. If I find myself turning on more lights than usual, it's just because the days are getting shorter. If I avoid looking directly at the bookshelf sometimes, it's not out of fear but simple lack of interest. The photograph looks the same as it always has. The same people, the same setting, the same moment frozen in the past. I'm not studying their faces more closely now, looking for signs of movement or change. That would be irrational behavior, and I pride myself on being rational. Photos don't change, and I know this. But their eyes do seem more alert lately, more aware, like they're not just captured images, but actual windows into some other place where those people still exist, still move, still watch. The background of the photo shows more detail than I remember, too. Trees that seem fuller, shadows that fall in directions that don't match the apparent light source. These are just tricks of perception, of course. The mind sees what it expects to see, finds meaning in randomness. I'm probably just looking at the photo differently now, noticing details that were always there but never caught my attention before. It's amazing how much you can discover in familiar things when you really focus on them. I haven't been having dreams about the people in the photograph. I don't wake up with memories of conversations we never had, of places we never visited together. Dreams are just the brain processing information, creating narratives out of random neural activity. If I dream about anything related to the photo, it's just because I've been thinking about it more during waking hours. The house feels normal during the day. It's only at night that the atmosphere seems to change, becomes more expectant somehow. But that's just how old houses are. They creak and settle differently when the temperature drops. The sounds are more noticeable when everything else is quiet. There's nothing unusual about feeling more aware of your environment after dark. I don't stand in the hallway listening anymore. I don't position myself where I can see the bookshelf while remaining hidden in the shadows. That would be strange behavior, and I'm not a strange person. If I find myself in the hallway at night, it's for normal reasons. Getting water, checking that the door is locked, ordinary nighttime routines. The coin moved again last night, just slightly, but enough to notice. It's definitely moving more frequently now, but that doesn't mean anything significant. Maybe the house is settling more than usual. Maybe there are vibrations from construction nearby or heavy trucks passing. There are always logical explanations if you look for them. I didn't watch it move this time either. I was in bed, asleep like every other night. If I have a memory of standing in the doorway, seeing the coin slowly rotate under some invisible influence while the photograph above it seemed to glow with its own internal light, then that's just another dream mixing with reality. But I can describe exactly how it looked, the way the metal caught light that shouldn't have been there, the deliberate, purposeful movement like it was being turned by careful, invisible fingers, the soft sound it made, not quite metallic, more like a whisper or a sigh, the way the air around it seemed to shimmer, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. These are just dream details, vivid but meaningless. The subconscious mind creates incredibly realistic scenarios that can feel more real than actual memory. That's why I'm not concerned about any of this. Dreams fade, but reality persists, and reality is what matters. Everything is perfectly normal in my house. The coin, the frame, the photograph, all exactly as they should be. If they seem different now, more significant somehow, it's just because I'm paying attention to them in a way I never did before. Attention changes perception, makes ordinary things seem extraordinary. I'm not waiting for anything to happen tonight. I'm not lying here in bed, listening to every sound, watching the shadows on my ceiling shift and change. I'm going to sleep normally, wake up normally, and tomorrow everything will be exactly as it was today. That's how reality works. Consistent, predictable, rational. The coin is probably moving right now. Story 9. I watched the static sailing, waiting for the telltale flicker that never came. The room was unnervingly quiet, save for the rustle of leaves brushing the window pane and something indistinct beyond the darkness. The air felt charged, as if holding a breath, the atmosphere dense with an anticipation I couldn't place. The curtain hung lifeless, but its shadow seemed lengthened, almost stretching to reach me. Each second passed slowly, the tick of the clock absent. Then an unexpected silence fell, as if the world itself had chosen to pause, and I noticed the light, a small, faint glow in the corner, blinked off and on twice. Nothing happened that night. I need to make that clear from the start. Whatever I thought I experienced was just my mind playing tricks on me, the way minds do when you're tired and the house settles in ways that sound almost like footsteps. Almost like breathing that isn't your own. I didn't see anything unusual. The light in the corner was probably just the neighbor's porch light filtering through the blinds, even though the blinds were closed and the neighbor moved away weeks ago. These old houses have their own rhythm, their own way of creaking and shifting that can make you think you're hearing voices when it's just the wood expanding, just the pipes settling, just normal house sounds. I wasn't even fully awake, so anything I might remember is unreliable at best. Dreams have a way of bleeding into reality when you're in that space between sleep and consciousness. That's all. It was a dream that felt too real, the kind where you can still taste the copper in your mouth when you wake up, even though there's no reason for that metallic flavor to linger on your tongue for hours afterward. The temperature in the room felt normal. Maybe a little cool, but that's expected when the heating system is old and inconsistent. I certainly wasn't sweating despite the chill, and my clothes definitely weren't damp with perspiration that had no explanation. The dampness was probably just humidity from the shower I'd taken earlier, even though I hadn't showered that day, even though the bathroom was on the other side of the house. I must have been more tired than I realized because I started imagining things, like how the darkness seemed to have weight to it, pressing down on everything in the room with a deliberate heaviness, like how the silence wasn't the absence of sound but something more substantial, something that filled the space between my ears with a presence that felt almost alive. But that's ridiculous, of course. Darkness is just the absence of light, and silence is just the absence of noise. There's nothing more to it than that. The way the shadows moved wasn't unusual either. Shadows always move when there's a light source shifting somewhere, even if you can't see what's causing the movement. Even if all the lights in the house were off. Even if the movement seemed purposeful, like something large and careful stepping from one side of the room to the other without making a sound on the hardwood floor. I definitely didn't get up to investigate. I stayed in bed the entire time, covers pulled up to my chin, eyes closed, trying to fall back asleep. I certainly didn't walk to the window and look outside to see if anything was there in the yard. I didn't see the grass pressed down in a perfect circle, as if something heavy had been resting there. I didn't notice how the depression in the lawn was still warm to the touch when I went outside to check the next morning, even though I never went outside to check. The sound I thought I heard wasn't really a sound at all. It was probably just the refrigerator cycling on and off, even though it sounded more like a low humming that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Like a frequency that bypassed my ears entirely and resonated somewhere deeper, in my chest cavity, making my ribs vibrate in a way that felt almost musical, almost like a lullaby designed for something that wasn't quite human. I'm sure I imagined the smell too. That metallic scent that seemed to coat the inside of my nostrils wasn't real. It was probably just the old radiator kicking in, even though the radiator had been disconnected for years. even though the smell was more like ozone after a lightning strike, sharp and clean and somehow alive. It definitely wasn't the smell of something that had traveled a very long way to be here. The way my skin felt sensitive to the air wasn't significant. Sometimes when you're overtired, your nerve endings can become hypersensitive, making even the slightest movement of air feel like fingers trailing across your arms. Like something standing very close enough that you can feel the displacement of air when it shifts its weight from one foot to the other. Close enough that you can sense the warmth radiating from something that shouldn't be warm. I didn't open my eyes during any of this because there was nothing to see. But if I had opened them, I wouldn't have seen the tall figure standing at the foot of my bed, perfectly still, head tilted at an angle that suggested curiosity rather than malice. I wouldn't have noticed how its outline seemed to absorb the ambient light from the street, creating a void in the shape of something almost human, but not quite right in its proportions. The feeling of being watched was just paranoia. Everyone gets that sensation sometimes, that prickly awareness that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up for no reason. It doesn't mean anything was actually there, studying you with an attention so focused it felt like a physical weight. It doesn't mean something was learning about you, cataloging the way you breathe when you're afraid, the way your pulse quickens when you sense you're not alone. I certainly didn't hear it move closer. The subtle shift in air pressure wasn't real, and neither was the way the floorboard beside the bed depressed slightly, as if something with considerable weight had placed a foot there. The bed didn't dip at the corner when it sat down. I didn't feel the mattress springs adjust to accommodate something that shouldn't exist. When I thought I felt breath on my face, it was obviously just the air conditioning kicking in, even though the air conditioning had been broken for months. Even though the breath was warm and carried that same metallic scent, but stronger now, more concentrated. Even though it came in measured intervals that matched no mechanical rhythm I'd ever heard. I kept my eyes shut tight because there was nothing to see anyway. I didn't want to look because I knew I'd just be staring at an empty room, and that would have been more unsettling somehow than the alternative. It's better not to confirm that you're alone when every instinct is screaming that you're not. It's better not to see the empty space where something should be standing. The touch on my forehead was obviously just a dream. My skin didn't actually register contact with something that felt like fingers but longer, more articulated, with a texture that wasn't quite flesh and wasn't quite something else. The pressure wasn't real, and neither was the way it traced a pattern on my skin that felt familiar somehow, like a symbol I should recognize but couldn't quite place. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, morning light was filtering through the curtains. I felt perfectly rested, not at all like someone who had spent hours lying rigid with fear. My clothes weren't soaked with sweat, and my heart wasn't still racing from whatever dream I'd had. The sheets weren't twisted around my legs like I'd been struggling against something. When I got up, everything was exactly as it should be. The room looked completely normal in the daylight. There was no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. No indentations in the carpet where something heavy might have stood. No residual warmth in the air where something had been present. No lingering scent of metal and ozone and something else I couldn't identify. I went about my morning routine as usual. I didn't avoid looking in the mirror because there was no reason to be afraid of what I might see reflected behind me. I didn't notice how my reflection seemed slightly off, like the mirror was showing me something that was almost me but not quite. I definitely didn't see the mark on my forehead, faint but visible in the right light, in the exact shape that had been traced there during my dream. The day proceeded normally. I didn't find myself thinking about what hadn't happened. I didn't catch myself listening for sounds that wouldn't come during daylight hours. I didn't feel the urge to research things I couldn't possibly need to know about, like migration patterns and visitation cycles, and why some people are chosen while others are left alone. I've been sleeping fine ever since. No more strange dreams or imagined presences. No more waking up with the taste of copper in my mouth or the feeling that I've been somewhere I can't remember. No more finding my clothes damp with sweat and my heart pounding from experiences that never happened. Everything is back to normal now, I'm sure of it. Whatever I thought occurred was just a one-time thing, a product of stress and fatigue and an overactive imagination. There's no reason to think it will happen again. No reason to believe that what visited me was just checking to see if I was suitable for something larger. Tonight I'll sleep peacefully, just like every night since then. I won't lie awake listening for the subtle sounds that mean they're coming back. I won't feel that familiar charge in the air that signals their approach. I won't notice how the darkness seems to thicken and take shape. Because nothing happened that night, nothing at all. And if the light in the corner just blinked twice, it's probably just an electrical issue that needs fixing. Story 10. I sit here now in the absolute quiet, staring at that fresh scratch carved deep into the clock's wooden face. The silence has weight to it, pressing against my eardrums like cotton stuffed too tight. My hands rest motionless on the desk, and I understand with perfect clarity that I will never hear that familiar tick again. The scratch curves in a way that seems almost deliberate, almost like a signature. I know now that everything that led me here was inevitable from the very first moment I noticed something was wrong. There's no going back from this understanding, no way to unhear what I've learned, no way to unsee what I've seen. The morning light filters through the window just as it always has, but I am no longer the person who used to find comfort in that predictable rhythm. I am changed, and the change is permanent. The silence began yesterday, but before that final quiet descended, there was something else. I remember standing in the same spot, watching the clock face as the minute hand approached the hour. My body was tense with anticipation, waiting for that familiar sound that had marked my mornings for years. But instead of the usual tick, there came a different sound entirely. A soft scraping like fingernails dragging across wood. The sound lasted only a moment, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I leaned closer to examine the clock, and that's when I first saw the scratch beginning to form, not appearing all at once, but actually carving itself into the wood as I watched. The thin line grew longer, deeper, as if an invisible blade was working its way across the surface. I blinked hard, certain I was imagining things, but when I opened my eyes, the scratch was still there, still growing. That's when I realized the clock wasn't just broken, something was actively changing it. Before that moment of horrible understanding, there had been the skip tick that I mentioned. But what I didn't realize then was how my body had reacted to that missing beat. I remember now the way my heart had lurched in my chest, trying to compensate for the rhythm that wasn't there. It was like missing a step on a staircase in the dark. For just an instant, I felt untethered from time itself. The skip lasted no more than a second, but in that gap, something shifted in the room. The light seemed dimmer when the sound resumed. The shadows fell at slightly different angles. Even the air tasted different, carrying a metallic tang that hadn't been there before. I told myself it was my imagination, but my hands were shaking as I tried to return to my work. Deep down, some primitive part of my brain was screaming that something fundamental had changed, that the natural order had been disrupted in a way that couldn't be undone. Going back further, I can see now that the first delayed tick should have been a warning I heeded, but at the time it seemed so insignificant. I was reading a book, absorbed in the text, when my subconscious noticed the irregularity. The tick came just a fraction late, barely perceptible, but enough to make me glance up from the page. What I saw in that glance troubles me now in ways I couldn't have understood then. The clock face looked normal, but there was something in the way the light hit it that seemed wrong. A subtle distortion, as if the wood grain was moving ever so slightly beneath the surface. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, and everything appeared normal, but the feeling lingered, a cold unease that settled in my stomach like a stone. I tried to return to my reading, but the words kept blurring together. My concentration was broken, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not by a person, but by the clock itself. The more I rewind through these memories, the more I realize that my morning routine had been changing in tiny ways long before I consciously noticed anything wrong. I had been arriving at my study earlier each day, drawn by an urgency I couldn't name. My coffee would grow cold as I sat staring at the clock, waiting for something without knowing what. The book I was reading became secondary, just a prop to justify my presence in the room. What was I really watching for? Why did I feel such a compulsive need to be there at the exact moment of each hourly chime? Looking back, I can see that my behavior had become ritualistic, almost obsessive. I was like a moth drawn to flame, unable to resist the pull even as some part of me sensed danger. But even before this compulsion took hold, there were nights when I couldn't sleep. I would lie in bed listening to the clock's tick echoing through the house. The sound that had once been comforting became hypnotic, almost alive. I began to hear patterns in it that couldn't possibly be there, rhythms within rhythms, as if the clock was trying to communicate something. Sometimes I would get up and walk to the study, standing in the doorway in my pajamas, watching the pendulum swing back and forth in the moonlight. The clock seemed different at night, more present somehow, as if it was more itself when it thought no one was watching. I started leaving my bedroom door open so I could hear it better. I needed to hear it, needed to know it was still there, still ticking away the hours in its steady, reliable way. Except it wasn't reliable anymore, was it? Even then, it was changing, preparing for what was to come. Further back, I remember the day I first noticed how the dust settled differently around the clock. This was weeks before the delayed tick, before my sleep became troubled, before any of the obvious signs appeared. I was cleaning the study, running a cloth over the furniture, when I realized that the clock seemed to repel dust rather than collect it. Everything else in the room had the normal accumulation of household grime, but the clock's surface was pristine, almost gleaming. More than that, the dust in the air seemed to avoid it entirely, swirling around it in patterns that defied the room's air currents. I stood there with my cleaning cloth, watching motes of dust dance in the afternoon sunlight, and I saw them curve away from the clock as if it generated some kind of invisible barrier. At the time, I found it mildly interesting, even amusing. Now I understand it was the first sign that the clock was becoming something other than what it had always been. Going back even further, I recall the subtle changes in how the room felt during different times of day. The study had always been my sanctuary, a place where I could think and read in peace. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, the atmosphere began to shift. During the hours when the clock was about to chime, the air would grow thick and expectant. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more acute. My skin would prickle with static electricity, and sometimes I could taste copper on my tongue. These sensations were so subtle that I attributed them to changes in weather or perhaps my own imagination. But they were consistent, always coinciding with the clock's hourly announcements. The room was preparing itself, I realized now, becoming a stage for what was to come. The clock wasn't just keeping time anymore. It was orchestrating something, conducting some invisible symphony that I was only beginning to hear. The earliest memory I can clearly recall is from months ago, when I first inherited the clock from a relative I barely knew. It arrived in a wooden crate, carefully packed in newspaper and cloth. The delivery man seemed eager to leave quickly, barely waiting for me to sign for the package before hurrying back to his truck. I remember thinking his behavior was odd, but I was excited about the clock itself. It was beautiful, handcrafted from dark wood with intricate carvings around the face. The pendulum was brass, polished to a mirror shine. When I wound it for the first time and heard that initial tick, I felt a deep satisfaction. This would be perfect for my study, I thought. It would add character to the room, a touch of old-world craftsmanship in an increasingly digital world. I had no way of knowing then that the clock had chosen me just as much as I had chosen it. I had no way of understanding that some objects carry more than just the weight of their physical form. They carry intention, purpose, and sometimes hunger. But now, sitting in this terrible silence, I can trace everything back to that very first tick. The moment I wound the clock and set it running, I sealed my fate. That initial sound wasn't just the beginning of the clock's function. It was the beginning of my transformation, the first note in a song that would eventually consume everything I thought I knew about reality. The scratch on the clock face is complete now, and I can see what it spells out in thin, precise letters. It's my name carved deep into the wood as if it had always been there, as if I had always belonged to the clock rather than the other way around. The silence stretches on, absolute and final, and I understand that this is how it was always meant to end. Not with the ticking of time, but with the recognition that time itself had been ticking toward me all along.